were saying we want to get into a full war. They were calling for it then, and then Trump just did the limited strike, which I thought was the lesser of evils. And then I said then, he made these statements. I said they're going to if they start hyping that Iran's going to kill Trump, Iran better be clear and say that's not us because they're being set up. And now Trump has yet again put his head in the noose, climbed up on the gallows with this, because we have all these former Israeli intelligence bosses and defense experts all over the news saying we sure need to do 9/11 to get America back to doing what we tell them. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that is a very serious problem. And I don't think Trump has thought that through. And, it's too much fun for him to say, well, I guess, the mullahs won't be here long, but I won't be here long either. They want to kill me. And then he has literally set up the perfect atmosphere and climate and situation that entices Israel to kill him as a pretext to go to full war and then commit the United States of America to the larger Israel project.
How do you, as you said, Trump can't make orders when he's incapacitated, if he is killed. Those orders become void. So then J.D. Vance takes the presidency. What do you think J.D. Vance will do?
Well, I know
we're going down a pretty, just to be clear, this is a pretty dark hypothetical, but I'm trying to go through this is something that Trump talked about 2 days in a row, and now Axios and CNN are reporting about it. So it's not something
sure, exactly. I understand you're always, you're very daring with your guests and cutting edge, but you're also not incendiary or inciting or trying to be, hysterical. You're not. You're covering all the facts here, the pieces we have. The president talking about I won't be here long, and if I do, obliterate these people. And then you've got Israel saying, boy, we sure need to do 9/11 to get America back on board. That means something that pisses Americans off and is painful for us and that we take as a national outrage. But when Israel advised Trump to kill the mullah, they told him that'll make him fold. All the experts said it would make him fight harder, make the mullahs way more popular. So Israel knows if Trump gets killed and they can pin it on Iran, because of stupid statements the Iranians made during the Ayatollah's funeral, death to America, kill Trump. And who knows, Iran might actually be crazy and do it. I mean, they're suspects too, to be nice. I just have to say, Israel, the Likudniks, I don't see a lot of Israel, the Benjamin Netanyahu, Ben Gvir axis of lunatics, they are the ones that are the prime suspects if Trump gets killed. And because they stand against Trump the most. Not the mullahs. I mean, mullahs, seriously. You think killing Trump is going to make America stop coming after you? You use your head. But the Iranians have said since Midnight Hammer a whole bunch of times, I think they said it again 2 weeks ago, we're not going to kill Trump. We're going to respond proportionately to any attacks against us. Now, once their Bashir reactor and all that got blown up, they said, well, now we're going to hit you with double the missiles for every target you hit. So they are finally ratcheting up the rhetoric. But before this, since Midnight Hammer on 13 months, it's always been we're going to proportionally, respond, and we're going to respond, to targets in the region.
Talking about Israel benefiting, though, they do get J.D. Vance as president, and that's someone that's not a big fan of Netanyahu.
Well, that's what I've said is the only thing keeping Trump alive from that perspective. If you think Israel would really do that, which I think if they thought they could get away with it, they would. They were heavily fingerprinted in a coalition killing Kennedy in '63 because he was about to strip their uranium that they'd illegally gotten from us, and that's a fact. But yes, Vance behind the scenes did not want these strikes, but he went along with it once it happened. He's been overall pro-Israel and even connected with the Likudniks at a certain level. But I think Israel would calculate that a dead Trump wouldn't get enough anger going politically that it would energize the passing of the Defense Authorization Act, Section 224, that puts Israel merging into our military and intelligence. And I think that they would calculate the pressure put on Vance to go to full war, if it could be proven that Iran did it, would be substantive enough to actually go ahead and roll the dice. And that's what Israel does. Even if they don't have a really good chance of succeeding in something, if it's the only move they've got, if Israel's going to give up or roll the dice recklessly, they'll roll the dice. And you can say, well, that's why they're so successful, is because they're so bold. It's like the SAS, British Special Forces slogan is "Fortune favors the bold." And so the word chutzpah comes from there for a reason. And I just am exposing this so that there's enough sunshine on this serious probability or possibility. And you should ask Larry Johnson and others that I respect what they think, and I think they're going to agree with me.
Yes, sir. You mentioned something before we go with the latest developments in Iran. You mentioned Section 224, which not many people are talking about, speaking to Anarchist Varian about it yesterday. Man, it seems like this is going to pass. That's freaking wild. That is just wild. This is just for the audience. This is, you can explain it better than I. But essentially merges the US military and the IDF. And also, Senator Cotton is trying to merge the CIA and Mossad and make it irreversible. But that is so freaking wild.
Yeah, when this first came out 5 weeks ago, first they said it's not true. Well, you can go read 224 in the Defense Authorization Act 2027. That's now passed out of all the committees and is in the full House, about to go to the full Senate. And then you have the full new intelligence funding bill that doesn't just merge Mossad with the CIA. It's all U.S. intelligence, live time, synchronicity. They use words like live time, synchronicity. They marriage, combine. Live time is used. There's a whole bunch of terms, and it says from research and development down to weapons deployment, avionics, guidance, intelligence, all of it in live time, fusion, integration, marriage, and then you have Netanyahu who sent letters to Congress to the committee chairman saying, thank you for putting the section I wrote. This is a public letter in there. So Netanyahu wrote this. Similar language is in the intelligence bill funding tens of billions of dollars, and it's intelligence and it's live time everything, and it says from DARPA at the universities right down to the weapons manufacturing. And remember Netanyahu said, and he said this for months before this bill came out, he said, we're going to just do co-weapons deals with the Americans, so we won't need money from Congress anymore. And he talked about some of their missile systems. Now, this says basically anything that they work on with us with, and they're going to be brought into it. If they create one little part of a weapon system, they get access to everything, and then they get co-ownership of our military-industrial complex. And Israel's famous for selling our secrets to the Chinese, communists, and others. So it is sheer madness. But notice, right when that passed committee 3 weeks ago, and it's now gone out of the other committee in the full House, the Defense Intelligence Agency and several other high-level agencies at the Pentagon came out and said Israel is now the highest level espionage national security threat. And it said in the report they're human intelligence, sex operatives, signal spying, legislation, pressuring Congress. They're trying to take over. And it described them as being unhinged in the report in the level of spying that they've seen. As Tripriaku talks about with you, we never saw anything like it back then. You know, every time they came, they'd try to plant bugs. They'd have an operative there going to college openly. They cut the dog's tail off, and shit all over the floor. I mean, it's just wild what they do. And so compared to where they were, they're saying they're now unhinged compared to that. I mean, look at Ben-Gvir goes into flotilla people, trying to bring rice into Gaza, and starts slapping and beating women on TV. A giant fat dude, all wild-eyed, smiling, slapping people. I mean, imagine what they do behind the scenes. They admitted they raped a bunch of men, and then the media's like, good, rape them more. And I'm not even trying to demonize Israel, but they've gone wild-eyed mad dog. It's going to end up causing a new war. It's a nuclear war, probably. It's going to end up destroying Israel. And then Israel's got nukes. They're going to just Samson option everybody and said they would. They're not talking about nuclear blackmail to hit Iran if we don't stay in the war like they did in 67. This has been declassified. It's not just Pollard talking about it. That they called up Henry Kissinger and said, you see that fighter bomber out there? They got nukes on them. We're nuking Egypt right now if you don't get on board with us. So this goes on and on and on. But Israel has just wound itself up into a megalomaniac, Tasmanian devil situation, and is the number one danger to world peace on the planet right now. And no one disagrees. Gallup polls agree they're the most unpopular. Military leaders around the world say Israel's the biggest danger right now. And I've never had a hard-on for Israel. I don't hate them. They've had,
yes. What's up?
Reasonable. I liked it. The Abraham Accords. I like what Trump did in the first administration. I want Israel to be successful. I want.
Are you down? Oh, shit. Yo.
You got a G-Fit, brother. My game crashed. When it came back on, I was dead.
Oh shit. Where are you?
I got Survivor.
Oh, there you are.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
CNN, out of all outlets, U.S. intelligence had detected a steady stream of reporting in recent weeks about possible Iranian plots to assassinate Trump. So it came in from Israeli intelligence of a new plot to assassinate the president. So obviously we would dismiss that as just another report that doesn't mean much. But then Axios put out a story. Barak Ravid put out a report early this morning. He said 2 senior U.S. officials, according to them, Israeli intelligence did not share a specific, organized, detailed plan by Iran to assassinate Trump. The reports the reports consisted of Iranian figures merely discussing the matter. So it went from an assassination attempt against Trump to Iranian officials just talking about the possibility of Trump dying. Now, Trump seems to have taken it seriously because in Ankara and the NATO summit, I'm not sure if you heard his comments, where he said, I'm on a list by Iran, I'm on top of that list.
He said, I may not be here too long because Iran wants to kill me.
Exactly, and there's a report by the New York Post that came out a couple of hours ago where Trump stated that he has left instructions for a devastating response against Iran should they succeed in assassinating him. Quote, I've left instructions, if anything happens to me, to just literally bomb them at levels they've never seen before. I've been number one for a long time, and it's been the way of life. So he seems genuinely concerned they may assassinate him. Obviously, there is a lot of anger. A lot of people want vengeance. You've seen the people on the streets, millions of people on the streets. A lot of them were calling for revenge, and had the red flag as well at these protests. Do you think the Iranians are considering it? There's a genuine threat to the president's life?
Well, because the Iranians before have talked about assassinating Trump, they put out some promo videos 6-7 years ago. and because they've said in the last year since Midnight Hammer that if they ever really are on the verge of falling, that they have asymmetrical ways to strike overseas, and they obviously do have some operatives in Europe and the United States. That said, they've officially said that they don't want to kill Trump. Just a few months before Israel struck them and drug us into it, saying, no, those reports aren't true. We don't want to kill you. We want to de-escalate this. So I do think they discuss it. I mean, any of these big governments and systems talk about in a war killing the other leaders. I'm sure Putin's talked about killing Zelensky. Zelensky's obviously been trying to kill Putin and openly talking about it. So we know that stuff goes on. So if Trump did get killed, God forbid, we'd have to actually look at Iran as a suspect. But that said, I've been on this for a long time, and I remember the day after Trump got shot in Butler, Pennsylvania, way back in 2024, I said, watch, I bet they try to spin this and say it's Iran. People said, that's crazy. 3 days later, CNN, senior officials think Iran might be involved in this and other attacks. Then they busted 2 different guys, one out of Pakistan, one out of, I think, Saudi Arabia, who thought they were being paid by a group to come to the U.S. and kill Trump, 2 separate plots. And then it later turned out it wasn't really Iran, and it was some multinational intelligence group. So they also got hire patsies and idiots that think they're working for one state and they're working for somebody else. And I said, Trump came out and said, if I'm ever killed, the same thing he just said today, I want Iran totally obliterated. I've left instructions. So he said that before, and back during Midnight Hammer, and even previous to that. I think this is the 3rd time I've seen him do it. Well, Israel brags they can kill everybody. Israel says we need to use the same energy we did with Hamas with exploding pagers in America against their opposition. That's what the head of the ADL said about 4 months ago. So we also have top Israelis saying we need a new 9/11 to get America back on board with our wars. Well, a new 9/11 would be President Trump being assassinated, and then Iran being blamed, and then that would probably get the American people behind a total bombardment, nukes, maybe even a ground invasion, which is totally insane. And so we have to look at Israel standing to gain from a Trump assassination, especially because he set the table and opened the door that if I'm killed, it's Iran, and I want them totally destroyed, which is Israel's ultimate goal. So he's teed himself up like a golf ball on a tee, or a gun that's had the bullet loaded into the chamber and cocked it for desperate Likudniks, for people like Netanyahu, who is convicted, who will go to jail if this war ever ends. He even admits that, wanting this Greater Israel Project to continue on out of desperation to kill Trump or fund some group to kill Trump, and then that way they'll have a more pliant, they think, vice president or somebody, though I don't think they actually think Vance would do that, who would go along with that. So I think that's really in the cards, and I think Trump's made a big mistake saying if I get killed, they say it's Iran. You just know it's Iran. Plus, I don't know if Trump's really studied the Constitution. When he's found incapacitated, they don't take previous orders for hypothetical things and carry it out. They would swear in the vice president, and then he would make that decision whether to follow through on the dead president's posthumous order that's been issued from the grave. So I think Trump's really set himself up to be assassinated by the Israel lobby, by the Likudniks with this. But you can't ever say that it shouldn't be investigated if he is killed, because Iran has set themselves up with statements and behavior where indeed it could actually be them. So it's really an open question right now, but shows how much this has escalated 2 days ago, hitting their nuclear reactor, the Bashir reactor, Trump saying, we can keep the Strait open, we can stop their mine-laying vessels. It's not the mines that'll do that, it's the artillery and missiles, which the Pentagon says they'll be able to keep it closed indefinitely. A month ago, Trump admitted that and said they can keep it closed indefinitely, so we got to end this war. He said yesterday, no more negotiations, end of ceasefire. Today, he said back to negotiations. So I've never seen so much gyrating, flip-flopping, and uncertainty created. And I've been a fan of Trump and wanted him to succeed, but I must call balls and strikes. Trump knows he has no off-ramp, because the Israel lobby will turn against him. He also knows Iran's got most of the cards being belligerent, wanting all our bases out, at least $300 billion, and the rest of it. They've never done a deal. They've had outlines. So when Trump says they break deals, that's not true. They've always say there is no deal. And then when they don't follow the imaginary deal, he says they're lying. I'm not an apologist for the mullahs. I'm just calling balls and strikes. So Trump has really painted himself into a corner here, and I just hope the Israel lobby doesn't say, well, he set himself up perfectly here. Let's go ahead and just kill him with a truck bomb or a missile or a shooter and say it's an Iranian, and then get the full war we've always wanted. So it's a pretty dangerous situation.
Shit. Okay, so you're saying Israeli intelligence would be leaking that story in order to create a narrative that you think Trump fell for that narrative based on his comments. And him making comments like this is essentially allowing the Israelis, or elements within Israel, to consider the assassination of the American president as a way to drag the U.S. back into a war with Iran, because all fingers would point towards Iran.
Yes, and I said over a year ago, Midnight Hammer, I said, this is designed to get us into a full war. Well, it doesn't like I had a crystal ball. The Israel firsters were saying we want to get into a full war. They were calling for it then. And then Trump just did the limited strike, which I thought, was the lesser of evils. And then I said then, because he'd already made these statements, I said, if they start hyping that Iran's going to kill Trump, Iran better be clear and say that's not us, because they're being set up. And now Trump has yet again put his head in the noose, climbed up on the gallows with this, because we have all these former Israeli intelligence bosses and defense experts all over the news saying we sure need to do 9/11 to get America back to doing what we tell them. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that is a very serious problem, and I don't think Trump has thought that through. And it's too much fun for him to say, well, I guess the mullahs won't be here long, but I won't be here long either. They want to kill me. And then he has literally set up the perfect atmosphere and climate and situation that entices Israel to kill him as a pretext to go to full war and then commit the United States of America to the larger Israel project.
How do you, as you said, Trump can't make orders when he's incapacitated, if he is killed. Those orders become void. So then J.D. Vance takes the presidency. What do you think J.D. Vance would do?
Well, I know
we're going down a pretty, just to be clear, this is a pretty dark hypothetical, but I'm trying to go through this is something that Trump talked about 2 days in a row, and now Axios and CNN are reporting about it. So it's not something.
Sure, exactly. I understand you're always, you're very daring with your guests and cutting edge, but you're also not incendiary or inciting or trying to be, hysterical. You're not. You're covering all the facts here, the pieces we have, the president talking about I won't be here long, and if I do, obliterate these people. And then you've got Israel saying, boy, we sure need to do 9/11 to get America back on board. That means something that pisses Americans off and is painful for us and that we take as a national outrage. But when Israel advised Trump to kill the mullah, they told him that'll make him fold. All the experts said it would make him fight harder, make the mullahs way more popular. So Israel knows if Trump gets killed and they can pin it on Iran. These stupid statements the Iranians made during the Ayatollah's funeral, death to America, kill Trump. And who knows, Iran might actually be crazy and do it. I mean, they're suspects too if he dies. I just have to say Israel, the Likudniks, I don't single out Israel, the Benjamin Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir axis of lunatics, they are the ones that are the prime suspects if Trump gets killed. And because they stand to gain from it the most. Not the mullahs. I mean, mullahs, seriously. You think killing Trump is going to make America stop coming after you? You use your head. But the Iranians have said since Midnight Hammer a whole bunch of times, I think they said it again 2 weeks ago, we're not going to kill Trump. We're going to respond proportionately to any attacks against us. Now, once their Bashir reactor got blown up, they said, well, now we're going to hit you with double the missiles for every target you hit. So they are finally ratcheting up the rhetoric. But before this, since Midnight Hammer on 13 months, it's always been we're going to proportionally, respond, and we're going to respond, to targets in the region.
We're talking about Israel benefiting, though. They do get J.D. Vance as president, and that's someone that's not a big fan of Netanyahu.
Well, that's what I've said is the only thing keeping Trump alive from that perspective. If you think Israel would really do that, which I think if they thought they could get away with it, they would. They were heavily fingerprinted in a coalition killing Kennedy in '63 because he was about to strip their uranium they'd illegally gotten from us, and that's a fact. But yes, Vance behind the scenes did not want these strikes, but he went along with it once it happened. He's been overall pro-Israel and even connected to the Likudniks at a certain level. But I think Israel would calculate that a dead Trump would get enough anger going politically that it would energize the passing of the Defense Authorization Act, Section 224, that puts Israel merging into our military and intelligence. And I think that they would calculate the pressure put on Vance to go to full war, if it could be proven that Iran did it, would be substantive enough to actually go ahead and roll the dice. And that's what Israel does, even if they don't have a really good chance of succeeding at something. If it's the only move they've got, if Israel's going to give up or roll the dice recklessly, they'll roll the dice. And you can say, well, that's why they're so successful. is because they're so bold. It's like the SAS, British Special Forces slogan is "Fortune favors the bold," and so the word chutzpah comes from there for a reason. And I just am exposing this so that there's enough sunshine on this serious probability or possibility. And you should ask Larry Johnson and others that I respect what they think, and I think they're going to agree with me.
Yeah, Larry, I'm sure would. You mentioned, before we go with the latest developments in Iran, you mentioned Section 224, which not many people are talking about. I was speaking to Anna Kasparian about it yesterday. Man, it seems like this is going to pass. That's freaking wild. That is just wild. This is just for the audience. This is, you can explain it better than I, but essentially merges the US military and the IDF. And also Senator Cotton's trying to merge the CIA and Mossad and make it irreversible. But that is so freaking wild.
Yeah, when this first came out 5 weeks ago, first they said it's not true. Well, you can go read 224 in the Defense Authorization Act 2027 that's now passed out all the committees and is in the full House, about to go to the full Senate. And then you have the full new intelligence funding bill that doesn't just merge Mossad with the CIA. It's all U.S. intelligence, live time, synchronicity. They use words like live time, synchronicity. They marriage, combine. Live time is used. There's a whole bunch of terms, and it says from research and development down to weapons deployment, avionics, guidance, intelligence, all of it in live time, fusion, integration, marriage, and then you have Netanyahu, who sent letters to Congress, to the committee chairman, saying, thank you for putting the section I wrote. This is a public letter in there. So Netanyahu wrote this. Similar language is in the intelligence bill funding tens of billions of dollars, and it's intelligence and it's live time everything, and it says from DARPA at the universities right down to the weapons manufacturing. And remember Netanyahu said, and he said this for months before this bill came out, he said, we're going to just do co-weapons deals with the Americans, so we won't need money from Congress anymore. And he talked about some of their missile systems. Now, this says basically anything that they work on with us with, and they're going to be brought into it. If they create one little part of a weapon system, they get access to everything, and then they get co-ownership of our military-industrial complex. And Israel's famous for selling our secrets to the Chinese, communists, and others. So it is sheer madness. But notice, right when that passed committee 3 weeks ago, and it's now gone out of the other committee in the full House, the Defense Intelligence Agency and several other high-level agencies at the Pentagon came out and said Israel is now the highest level espionage national security threat. And it said in the report they're human intelligence, sex operatives, signal spying, legislation, pressuring Congress. They're trying to take over. And it described them as being unhinged in the report in the level of spying that they've seen. As Kiriakou talks about with you, we never saw anything like it back then. You know, every time they came, they'd try to plant bugs. They'd have an operative there going to college openly. They'd cut the dog's tail off, and shit all over the floor. I mean, it's just wild what they do. And so compared to where they were, they're saying they're now unhinged compared to that. I mean, look at Ben Gvir goes into flotilla people, trying to bring rice into Gaza, and starts slapping and beating women on TV. A giant fat dude, all wild-eyed, smiling, slapping people. I mean, imagine what they do behind the scenes. They admitted they raped a bunch of men, and then the media's like, good, rape them more. And I'm not trying to demonize Israel, but they've gone wild-eyed mad dog. It's going to end up causing a new war. It's a nuclear war, probably. It's going to end up destroying Israel. And then Israel's got nukes. They're going to just Samson option everybody, and said they would. They're not talking about nuclear blackmail to hit Iran if we don't stay in the war, like they did in 67. This has been declassified. It's not just Pollard talking about it. That they called up Henry Kissinger and said, you see that fighter bomber out there? They got nukes on them. We're nuking Egypt right now if you don't get on board with us. So this goes on and on and on. But Israel has just wound itself up into a megalomaniac Tasmanian devil situation, and is the number one danger to world peace on the planet right now. And no one disagrees. Gallup polls agree they're the most unpopular. Military leaders around the world say Israel's the biggest danger right now. And I've never had a hard-on for Israel. I don't hate them. They've had regimes that I would call reasonable. I like the Abraham Accords. I like what Trump did in the first administration. I want Israel to be successful. I want them to work with their Arab neighbors. But this new Israel with this Netanyahu whose back's against the wall is like Hitler in his bunker or something. I mean, these people are dangerous. And what would have Hitler done in his bunker in 1945 if he had a bunch of intercontinental ballistic missiles and hydrogen bomb warheads? Well, we know what he would have done. And so we have a cornered authoritarian with a bunch of crazy people who are not self-aware on power trips in a feedback loop, hyping each other up about existential danger to themselves, and they are the danger. Israel's leadership is Israel's number one threat. And by the way, all the former Mossad chiefs say that. Most are former top generals. I mean, I had Michael Savage, who's hard to get on the show. He called me up like 9 months ago. He goes, I want to come on. I said, okay. He goes, listen, I talked to high-level top generals, former head of their military, who's now been on TV, and they say the number one threat is Netanyahu to Israel. These are not anti-Israel people. These are Zionists that believe in an Israeli state, but not in wild-eyed, foaming at the mouth. You know, I mean, now they're like, yeah, we're taking Lebanon. Yeah, we're taking part of Syria. Yeah, we're expanding wider Israel. Yeah, we're carpet bombing Christian areas. And so they've even got a lot of hardcore Christian conservatives that have been pro-Israel, like Stephen Crowder's co-host, turning against them. Because, you know, people always say, like, oh, you're either with the Muslims or you're with Israel. And it's like, no, we're not for radical expansionist Islam. We're also not for psychotic expansionist Israel. And sorry, you know, Pakistan's got nukes, but, you know, these other countries don't. Israel does. And so I've read and heard from sources that Trump's been trying to talk to some of the opposition over in Israel. And, you know, I think he needs to cut. Remember, there's some good news. Netanyahu, about 8-9 days ago, said, I'm coming to D.C. to meet with Trump next week. And then notice Trump came out on Truth Social and said, just remember who the boss is. And then I was told Trump snubbed him. Because, you know, he normally shows up and addresses Congress and walks around like he's the second coming. And so it's good to have Trump saying, hey, you'd be in jail without me. Everybody hates you now because of you. You gave me bad advice. He even told, with him in the audience a month ago, Mark Levin, like, well, I do like you, Mark, even though you gave me bad advice. And God, you know, I shouldn't like you. God, I need to stop listening to you. So I mean, Trump knows that, but he still also knows that Iran's asking for $300 to $500 million, and for us to leave the Middle East, he's not going to do that. So the Iranians are being a little bit too cute here, because they do hold most of the cards. Still, you don't want to get a cornered Trump and a cornered Israel going too far. You want to give Trump an excuse, whatever it is, the minimum you've got to give, and that's more. So I would tell Iran, stop rolling the dice, or you're going to end up having Trump nuke your ass, or Trump getting killed, and then Israel's going to nuke your ass in response to say it's okay, we did it for Trump. And I think that's what they'll do, actually. You ask, well, what will Vance do? I think Israel will nuke them within hours of Trump being killed and it being pinned on Iran. And then we'll have to buy the story. Oh, see, it was great. No, they killed him. Don't question it. Yes, you know, we hit 5 cities. Yes, we hit their bases. Well, we had to do it. And I think that's a real scenario we should all be looking at right now. Thermonuclear war after Trump's assassinated.
Holy shit. I want to just go back to when Netanyahu wanted to visit the U.S. Trump snubbed him, but also went to Turkey, befriended Erdogan again, about to approve the F-35s. Smotrich and others. Smotrich is saying we should, you know, Benazir Smotrich from Israel is saying that we should prepare for war with Turkey. So he's not saying Turkey's a threat. Erdogan's a threat. He's saying we should prepare for a war with Turkey, and other officials are saying similar things. But Trump seems to just dismiss those concerns. And by the looks of it, there's a report today that Turkey's selling their S-400s, their Russian air defense system, so they can get the F-35s. Is that an example of Trump snubbing Netanyahu again? This is action, not just rhetoric.
Yes, and that's real action, not rhetoric. I'm glad you read my mind because you're so well informed. That's exactly where I was going to go. He doesn't just have Vance out there skewering Netanyahu and Gavir and others who gave them bad intelligence on record. I mean, the last few weeks, Netanyahu bragged, yeah, I launched Midnight Hammer, so he had to. Yeah, I launched first to drag him in. Yeah, I'm in charge. Just rubbing Trump's face in it. And then Trump's been trying to be nice and not throw him under the bus. So Trump's like, fine, I'll throw you under the bus. And then he goes over there with Erdogan, who has done whatever the U.S. wants. Ever since, you know, World War II, at the end of World War II, Turkey's been our big ally. We had nukes there the whole time. So the Russians put nukes in Cuba. But our media doesn't explain that to people. That's historically declassified. And so Turkey is the biggest conventional military in Europe, very capable. And We started seeing the surrogates, Gravir and others, say a few months ago the next enemy is Turkey and Egypt, even though, I mean, Erdogan has some rhetoric against Israel, but worked with Israel to overthrow Assad 2 years ago. And so Erdogan just kind of ignores it. But Israel is so jealous right now that Trump has all these business deals and weapons deals with Turkey, and Turkey's kind of stayed out of all this stuff, and it's getting stronger and stronger. And so Israel said, we're threatened by anybody successful around us. Well, next is Saudi Arabia, next is Jordan, next is the UAE. It doesn't seem to matter how much you kiss Israel's ass, they've always got to have an enemy to keep control of their population and keep their military-industrial complex in place. And so Israel's bit off more than it could chew. And so saying, yeah, we got to prepare for war with Turkey when there's nothing militarily, threats coming out of Turkey is again, megalomaniac behavior. And I don't sit there and go, oh, good, I get to bash Israel and get brownie points with the anti-Israel crowd, which no, I'm not for the Nazis, I'm not for the jihadis, and I'm not for the Israel firsters. And we somehow have to have a real peace deal that maybe Trump just ignores Netanyahu and tries to broker some deal that just of the same, and maybe Turkey can be involved, and Russia can be involved brokering it. But we've got NATO's crazy and admits our demographics are collapsing. We're in deepest debt, worse than even China. The EU's in the worst shape in the whole world of industrialized. And they say, their ministers say, their military ministers and their economic ministers basically unanimously say, look this up, in the last 4.5 years, our new business model is a 20-year war with Russia. We believe they'll never go nuclear. They'll finally fall. We will then break Russia in 5 parts, and that will fix our long-term deficit. But in the meantime, we'll be a wartime economy. And Trump kind of bought into this recently. Well, I don't care about Americans' average economic problems. I care about the war. And then Trump's like, oh, we're making $1 trillion a year off weapons sales. So he's kind of schizophrenic. And then our best part of the economy is the $1 trillion of weapons people buy, which siphons off the rest of the economy and causes energy prices to be higher than inflation with a straight close, Trump. So we're losing the world trillions off that. So it's like you cut off a leg and then you put a blood transfusion in. Well, you're losing more blood out of the leg than the blood transfusion. We need a tourniquet around the leg, which means ending these wars. Then you get the blood transfusion. So we're at the end of a cycle. The fourth turning's here. Elon Musk told the World Government Summit this just a few years ago. He said at the end of a cycle, the empires always have wars to maintain control of their domestic groups and use the war as a cover, for the new system coming in. You can't do that now with 10 billion people and with 50,000 nuclear weapons and with biological weapons and with faster than light communication or fast as light communication. He said we have to grow out of this. We have to innovate out of this, and we have to have an end of this old cycle or we're dead. And that's what all the real brains knows. And so NATO is following the old model of conquest, and Europe, let's attack. Oh, when Europe gets in trouble, let's attack the Russians. Napoleon, Hitler, over and over again. And it's the same thing, Israel. Oh, God, we're unpopular. Oh, God, we're having issues. Well, let's just stay in a war. Our people won't question when there's missiles raining down on them. Our people won't put Netanyahu in jail when he's convicted, when he's a wartime prime minister. And so that's all this is them using crises to kick the can down the road. Well, we need to offer Netanyahu. One thing Trump said is true. If we can make a deal with the Israeli Knesset and their Supreme Court, let Netanyahu move to Miami with his son, take his money, and like Napoleon being put on an island, let him go and give him that deal. I think Netanyahu might go and de-escalate this. But they're like, nope, you're going to jail. We're going to get you. And that's not smart. You always put you always put the warlord, when he's still in charge of the warlord, but is losing, you come to him and say, hey, you can take so many of your troops and take so many of your people, and you can go here. And you even let them go, and you let them go to that place. Okay, and then you put a garrison of troops around it, make sure they stay there. And we just need Netanyahu. Netanyahu, you're really from the United States. Your family's from Poland. You need to go to New York or Miami. You need to go right now, like a Dr. Seuss book. I don't care how you go, just go. And we also need to go to NATO and say, Trump's all obsessed with them paying their fair share at 5% of GDP and buying our weapons because he sees it as the economy. Okay, great, Trump. The point is, you got to go to Ursula von der Leyen, the unelected EU dictatorship commission, and take the car keys away from these people. Because the Russians by attrition have overall won, but 4 years, 5 years in, they're sick of it, and they're saying we're going to start flattening cities, and we are going to start hitting your bases that are making weapons, starting with Poland. And they have told them what they're going to do, and I've talked to Russian insiders. They're getting ready to do it. And then they think NATO's going to blink. So they thought Russia was going to blink, and they stopped blinking. Now they think NATO's going to blink. They may not. So we're 2 minutes away from midnight on the International Atomic Energy Scientists Group of nuclear war. All the Rand Corporation, all the actuarialists, all the war gamers say, hands down, we're in a worse position than the Cuban Missile Crisis. We had Nike missiles with nukes on them, and Turkey aimed at the Russians, so they put their intermediate missiles in Cuba. We are way worse positioned than that right now, and the public is sleepwalking. Yeah, there's a big minority that watches your show, my show, cares about this stuff, but the general public, I think, it's a joke. They think Russia is like Mars. They think Israel is, like China or, Pluto. They think it's all 1 trillion miles away. It's not. Russian submarines are 3 to 5 minutes away from vaporizing all of our cities. ICBMs are 25 minutes away. Okay? And Trump goes, well, we got submarines to nuke you too. Look, I just put a submarine off your coast. And the Russians go, big bad. They go, yeah, you got 45 of them. We know that. And I remember when I first saw Trump go, I put a sub off. That's his. He had mentioned it much about the military. I put a nuclear sub with 30-something nukes on it. Each one carries dozens of nukes. And the Russians go, yeah, we know. We tracked those. You got 30-something off our coast. And Trump's like, how'd they know that? I mean, Trump doesn't even understand the nuclear deterrent triad, okay? And so when you hear him, it's like a 5-year-old playing soldier. And he's good at business and good at negotiations, but he has real blind spots. Like, he thought all the military were John Wayne right-wingers. He's given speeches, and he thought they were all loyal. He didn't know that they're the most brainwashed globalists on average at the top, when they were all betraying him and stabbing him in the back. Now he does the loyalty thing and finds out who they are and has people check their background and found a bunch of right-wingers that'll follow his orders. But then a lot of them are just Christian Zionists that think the end of the world's here and they're about to usher in the end of the world. So we replaced a bunch of crazy globalists, but at least they didn't want nuclear war, with a bunch of Christian Zionists that are getting ready to that think they're going to make Jesus come back when they fire their nuclear missiles at the mullah. Meanwhile, the mullah thinks they're bringing back the 12th Mahdi, and they think it's the end of the world. And then meanwhile, a bunch of the Jews think the third temple's about to happen. They're going to force the Messiah to come back. I mean, I see Netanyahu on TV with these rabbis. They go, you must make the Messiah come back. He goes, we're working on it. We're working on it. The Iranians, the Messiah's coming. The Christian Zionists, the Messiah, nuclear Messiah. If we just nuke things, we make Jesus come. And I'm like, all you people are fucking crazy. You need to be in rubber rooms. I believe in God. I believe in all that, but you don't tell God what to do. God might just let us all blow ourselves up and say, see how you like that. Hey, God, I launched nuclear weapons. Get on down here. Beam me up. Oh, hold on. Launch nuclear weapons. In Star Trek, how do you get beamed up to the Enterprise? Launch nuclear weapons, Scotty. I need to be beamed up. Okay, you launched nuclear war. Now I can be beamed up in the Rapture.
So I'm guessing you're not too optimistic that Trump will be able to walk away from Iran?
Well, it'll be a major defeat for our name and everything if he was to say, okay, we're pulling out of the Middle East. The government would assassinate Trump for that, okay? Trump would die of a heart attack 5 minutes after he gave the order. They give him cyanide or something. He's not allowed to pull our military out. They're not. Our own hardliners, like hardliners telling Putin, you better finish this. You better go full out or you're gone. So they got Putin walking the plank right now, the hardliners over there. We've got our hardliners that are back in the shadows that would never let our military leave the Middle East because that's blocking China and everybody, and we're blowing up their Belt and Road railways and all that. It's not just about Israel. Israel's the one pushing it and had the lobby that got it done, but there's other interests, that are there, and so. But the short-term damage to our interest outweigh blowing up their Belt and Road and IMEC systems, coming in out of Russia and China into Iran. So that's why Trump's original calculus not to do that was the best in my view. But Trump cannot do the deal Iran's asking. And so they're both being pig-headed. And so we're just going to have Iran devastated economically. We'll be hurt. The fertilizer not going to Africa. You're going to have mass famine, mass migrant floods. If you think the migrant floods are bad now, by next winter, it'll make that look like a cakewalk. I said that 6 months ago. I said this happened. Now the UN says, oh, it's already happening. So this they've done big studies, as you know, but it's the same all over the world. When half of the paycheck of someone is spent on energy and food, you get crime and civil unrest. 60% you get serious revolution and accelerated collapse. You go up above 65, 70%, you get anarchy and collapse and war, and then migrant floods. And so we're already upwards in many third world countries. It's 60%. And so it's already all unraveling right now. And so this is a time bomb situation. 1/3 of the fertilizer, right at 1/3 of the oil and gas, a whole bunch of special things like helium and everything else that's needed for chip making. And again, Trump's like, well, it's okay. We've got our own fertilizer. Yeah, but now there's a report half the farmers aren't ordering fertilizer and are just out this year in the U.S. because the price went up. Oh, you're right, Trump. They can get fertilizer. It just costs 30, 40, 50% more, which is their margin of profit, so they're out. So this is a amplification effect. And now 133 days into this, there's no economist that doubts that studies geopolitical, larger economic models that 6 months of the strait closed, global recession. A year of it closed, global depression. And that's why Trump's gotten more and more desperate to try to get the off-ramp. You've heard him say, they got the strait closed, we can't open it. They got missiles and artillery. That was like a month ago. And he goes, so we've got to make a deal. And later, we can keep it open. He said, today and yesterday, it's no problem. We'll stop their little boats with mines. So he's grasping at straws right now. And he doesn't want to look like a fool and hurt American power. Well, that already happened. I've heard neocons say, not taking down Iran is hitting the iceberg, that Titanic. No. Israel getting us into this war is steering the Titanic into the iceberg field, which they did because they wanted to break the Atlantic passing record. So they ordered it into that field. Okay? And then now we're in the iceberg field and we see the icebergs up ahead. And we need to turn around and go out of the field and forget winning the record. So, okay, it's embarrassing we don't win the record and we get back in slow time. We have to turn around and lose a day and go around the ice field. We need to turn the ship around and leave the ice field and put our tail between our legs and declare we blew up all their stuff and, their ships are at the bottom and they can't hit Israel as well now. Just declare victory. The mullahs will declare victory. Turn around. Discretion's a better part of valor. Go out of the ice field so you don't sink. We haven't hit the iceberg yet, but going to full war, keeping the strait closed, this is hitting the iceberg. And we're getting close to the iceberg, so we have to turn around. God, I wish I could brief Trump. He sees what I say. We have to turn around, we have to get out of the field, and then get back in the clean ocean and get back to port. And then everybody gets off the boat, everybody's happy. Or we could be at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean.
Before we move on, you said something in 1967. Israel called U.S. president talking about potentially nuking Egypt, threatening to nuke Egypt if the U.S. doesn't join. What's that about?
It all floods together. It was two wars, 64 and 67. Liberty was 67. I think it was 67. It was 64. No, it was 64. No. It was 74. 74. Yeah, I'm sorry. It all comes together. Because the false flag was at Liberty in 67. It was in 74, excuse me, because Nixon was in. And Henry Kissinger gets a call by the Israeli Prime Minister during that war because Nixon was cutting off more weapon shipments to Israel in their war with Egypt and other neighbors. And so they said to them, you need to give us more weapons and stop the air embargo, or point your satellite's eye in the sky at this airfield and look at that fighter bomber, and it had hydrogen bombs under the wings. We're getting ready to hit Cairo if you don't do that. And then Kissinger said, okay, we'll end the embargo, because he was the one that called for it. And Jonathan Pollard, you can pull this up right now. Jonathan Pollard talks about Israel using nuclear blackmail on Nixon. Or Jonathan Pollard talks about Israel using nuclear blackmail, 1974, because it all conflicts together, sorry. It's just a short 2-minute clip, and he talks about it. But I'd already read about that in books and heard about that from guests, and Nixon even in one of his books mentions that. So did Kissinger, that Israel threatened to use nuclear weapons on. Hell, I can pull it up myself right now. Israel threatening now. I usually get my factoids just right. I'm kind of going from memory.
No, that's fine, because it reminds me of something that who was it in Obama's administration a few weeks ago, talking about how the Israelis said that they were going to war with Iran without the US if Obama doesn't join them. So that came out. He was doing an interview a few weeks ago.
Yeah, no, Obama and Hillary, who I don't like as people, but they told the truth on that because it came out at the time. Hillary said constantly they were calling, saying, we're going to war, you got to do it. Our planes are on the tarmac, they're about to launch. And then she'd say, well, go ahead. And Obama, too, said, they would call him and say, we're launching an attack. They're going to hit your bases. You've got to join us. Absolutely. So that's, I mean, Netanyahu said, what, like 2-3 weeks ago, he bragged in 2 speeches. He said, I was going to launch the attack, so Trump did Midnight Hammer, and we launched this attack, and basically we're in charge.
Do you think they would do something similar now as well to drag back Trump into this? Is there anything they could do that's similar to that?
Yeah, they could kill Trump.
Back Iran alone.
They could kill Trump.
Kill Trump. That's the worst case scenario. Anything below that?
Well, we already had some cases a few months ago where drones hit different countries, and Iran said that's not us, and the countries said that didn't.
Azerbaijan, Turkey, Cyprus, Oman. There's a few of them.
Yeah, it was a bunch of them, and remember mystery drones that later wasn't the Russians hitting Eastern Europe. Remember the missiles that came in early in the Ukraine war that hit Poland and killed some farmers.
Polish missile crisis, yeah.
And then Zelensky goes, nuke them, it's them. And then the Polish anti-missile systems blew them up, so the tail numbers didn't get damaged because they didn't fully detonate, and it was Ukrainian missiles. And of course, they could see the trajectory over the border. Ukraine was doing that. So yeah, they could do a fake false flag drone attack. They could say a nuke went off, in the Mediterranean or the Red Sea, or a smuggled nuke and it blew windows out, of Tel Aviv. But we did the radioactive isotope. It's Iranian uranium. They can do a nuclear false flag, a nuclear dirty bomb. I mean, again, Israel's been saying, oh God, we sure need to do 9/11. We sure need to be the victim. And so I'm looking for the Lavon affair on steroids is basically what I'm talking about.
You're keeping a close eye on everything because you mentioned the strike on the railway. Because you said it very briefly. That's a very important thing. I'm glad you spotted it. One of the targets 2 days ago, it's a very bizarre target up north near Turkmenistan, which is a railway, an Iranian railway that's part of the Belt and Road Initiative, which seemed like a warning to the country or countries in the region. I didn't really understand the warning to not do business with China, or a warning that the US could strike Chinese infrastructure. I didn't get that one, so I want to ask you about that, but I also ask you about yesterday. I'm not sure if you've been keeping track of the attacks on Iran yesterday. So Iran said we're being attacked, and then they walked back those claims. Actually said it wasn't the US. So Iran's being bombed. Actually said it wasn't the US. No indications it was Israel. Then we had Israeli sources. Israeli media say it was Bahrain and Kuwait attacking Iran. Did you manage to cover this on your show? What do you know about it?
I saw that. I saw it reported the U.S. hit them, and then people said it wasn't the U.S. They said it was Israel. Then they said the Arabs have joined it. I think that's been disproven. But from what I've seen in our news, the U.S. hit them, and I think obviously then it was probably joint strikes with Israel. I don't know if that's the case, but the first casualty of war is the truth. But I mean, no, the Pentagon has said they've been striking, and they've been showing footage of it, and they blew up some of the side buildings of the reactor, not the main reactor at Bashir.
You were covering that. Yes, you were covering that yesterday. What was that about?
I mean, that's a pretty big deal. We think they hit where they thought they were holding the research uranium. So they hit a bunch of the side depot buildings and some of the machinery areas. The Iranians haven't been clear, but there's big fires and big explosions in and around the Bashir reactor. I don't know if the Iranians are spinning it. They just said, well, we had some damage to the main reactor, but it was just shrapnel. I don't know. That's what the Iranians said. The Pentagon admitted they hit sites near the reactor. They hit on Kurg Island, some infrastructure and a military base. Trump said they didn't hit the oil. I don't know if that's true. The Iranians haven't really, that I saw, responded and said that they hit. But I'm watching Fox News. It shows explosions at Kurg Island and explosions at They said the U.S. hit them with 170 bombs, and then that railway that forks up to Russia and then to China. I mean, that is a big investment by the Chinese, mainly, and some by the Russians. I mean, we're talking about the billions of dollars total just for the railway, and hundreds of millions for and then you have their main shipping terminal, the only deep water port they've got, obliterating that. They blew up the command and control center and a bunch of other things. So Trump told him, he said, I'll destroy your infrastructure. You're making money. And so, in fairness, he's been flip-flopping a lot in threats, but this is the first time, other than I mean, they blew up the biggest bridge in Asia, or in Central Asia, famously right as it opened. It's kind of a demonstration, but didn't do a lot of that, though that was big, obviously. Now they are hitting infrastructure that is the lifeblood of the Iranians. They're now hitting their cardiovascular heart, and to get their attention. Because, Trump's all about business. He loves things. It's like, war's terrible. That destroys beautiful buildings. He's like, I hate this. I hate this Ukraine war. Gold churches. He's not, he cares about the people. Somebody's like, look at that architecture, those gold domes. So he's like, oil fields, refineries, no. Bridges, no, I don't want to have to blow those up. Big, juicy bridges, because he loves real estate and buildings and stuff. And so he doesn't get Hitler, in his own writings, loved watching Warsaw burn, went to the front line with his telescope and big giant binoculars and watched it for days, and loved burning buildings. Trump doesn't like that. He likes big green golf courses and everything manicured, and the women all look perfect, and everybody's got facelifts, and everything's wonderful. He's always, it's wonderful, it's the best, it's great. You kind of get where he's got a screw loose in a way. It's good in a way too, but it's a little extreme. So he's like, all right, we're going to start blowing up the goodies. But you heard him. He goes, yeah, we blew up part of Kirk Island, but not the oil, because I might take it. He's like, that's a lot of infrastructure. So, I mean, this guy is something else, man. Because he always had this gold, I want the gold, I want the money thing. But now, as he gets a little older at 80, it's like, me gold, me gold. I mean, he's like an evil leprechaun or something. I mean, it's unbelievable. Don't make me blow up your bridges and your gold goodies, because I'm going to get it. It's like, you're in trouble now with me, matey. And like leprechaun, I'm going to have to hurt you. You made me blow up some of me gold. If you make me blow up me gold, I'm going to blow you up. If you make me blow up them gold domes, you're going to pay. Just let me have the gold, I'll be on my way.
The last thing I want to ask you about is, Tucker, I wrote it down, I want to get your thoughts on it. He mentioned in an interview, I think, on his show about launching or supporting a third party. MTG, Joe Penn, Massey, Tucker,
I look at parliamentary systems where you have dozens of parties, and every time a good party comes, the other ones gang up and then outvote them. And so people vote the most for this party, but the others gang up and outvote them. So our system, I think, was a better permutation than the parliamentary system, but it still has problems. And usually a third party hurts Republicans, like we saw with Ross Perot, but it's still good ideas he put forward. And so there's not much difference in the party leadership. Look how horrible and feckless the Republican leadership is, blocking the good parts of Trump's agenda, the SAVE Act and other things. That if you have good people, like Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Kent and RFK Jr., that tried to work for the Republican Party and have been betrayed, and the party itself, not the people, not the voters, but the machinery is blocking them from coming in, then you have a responsibility to start a third party made up of that liberal and conservative, but populist, real people, pro-prosperity, America first, anti-war dream team. And then I think that dream team would seriously punish the Republicans, unfortunately. The Democrats are such a cult. Then you get the Democrats, and they're so horrible that it's intellectually hard to do. But I say justice be done, though the heavens fall. And so if you've got a bunch of good candidates out educating the public, I'd have to pull back and say I'm going to have to support them regardless, because they have right on their side, and I'll have to have faith in God that through this process we educate the public, or maybe some of these candidates win, that because you've got such good people talking about the third party, if the Republican Party continues on its trajectory being the Likudnik Israeli First foreign occupational party, then I would support that. But I would, in the meantime, talk about getting control of the Republican Party, putting major pressure on them to distance themselves from the Israel First crowd and not let a foreign government run us, and try to save the Republican Party. But I think it's very reasonable to start exploring and examining other options because we're almost out of options. So that's where I stand at this point.
Hello?
Hey man, what's up?
Hey, not too much.
You want to get a little magic in?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Alright, I'm gonna call Danny, see if I can get him on.
Okay.
I'll see you on Discord.
Alright, see ya.
See you in a sec.
Yep, bye. GG.
What's going on?
Dom, my main man. You playing Fart Raiders?
Oh, my Discord was super loud. Holy shit.
Oh, you should be good now. Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm alright. I don't know why.
Are you
My
bleeding
Discord,
from your ears?
my ears.
Street Fighter Alpha 3, Third Strike I got.
Fantasy Star Online is listed as 6th. Interesting.
Sixth what?
Best game according to this site, GamesRadar.com, for that system.
Yeah, I got something like in the realm of like.
Crazy
26
Taxi's number
games.
3. Shenmue's number 2. Number 1, they have Soul Calibur.
That it's funny because Soul Calibur for Dreamcast is the highest rated Metacritic game of all time. It's like 99.
Really? That game?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess
For
we have
some
to play
reason.
that.
I mean, that's just whatever. Soul Calibur 2.
Forget about Smash Brothers. It's all about Power Stone 2.
Transcending history and the
Oh,
world.
okay.
A tale of souls and swords, eternally retold.
Definitely a weird translation from Japanese.
No, it's epic.
All right, let's go. So in game 1, I want you to observe me deploy Sly against Tom.
Oh, shit.
Let me show you how it's done.
What are you talking
Don't worry, I'll be done within 5 minutes.
Okay.
Wow.
So load up your cockatrice.
I don't know, I have my anti-slide deck on deck.
No, just play something normal. You can have anti-sly cards like a normal meta boy, but you shouldn't be like everything's protection from red and then circle of protection red and shit. Alright, I'm creating the game. It's called Pre-Modern Rom-Com. The password is shh, don't say it out loud, but the password is there is no God.
Nice.
There are no stakes.
Then I shall put the world at stake.
No, first he's like, what? Nothing? Nothing
is at stake?
You know what that is, Tom? I don't think. All right, when I come through, we got to show Tom that shit. It's like a mini series on YouTube. It's just hilarious. It's like a parody of an adventure show or game. I forget what he said.
Well, just what are the stakes? What is at stake, wizard?
Or something like that.
There are no stakes.
All right. The game is up, Tom. Hanging on.
I think Tom's still playing Bumblefuck Magoo. It says you're in it.
Arc Guzzlers.
Yeah, for like the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, sometimes I'm working and I see my Discord and it says
Tom
you're
has been
playing it
in
for
the server for 36 hours or something.
try 360 hours.
Nice. What's the game name?
Pre-Modern Rom-Com.
Oh, Stormblade.
You should join it as an observer at the moment. I think
Me?
you can, right? Yeah. Tom is gonna play me. I want you to see
Spectate game.
yeah.
end his bloodline.
I will cleanse this wilderness.
Let's go, Tom. You can't delay the inevitable any longer. Oh, you know what I was thinking about? Because I was telling Tom the other day, they inspired me to make a song. Like I thought of the chorus of a song. Tom, you know what I'm talking about?
I'm dubious.
Yeah, it was like like Jonathan and Tom, what they like to do and read about, and their favorite friend is like Alex Jones and stuff like that. So I was like, if we work together, we can defeat the Jews. If we never say, like, that's the chorus, and then if I just sing the chorus and record it, and then I put it into an AI tool, I can say generate an entire beautiful song around this, and see what happens. And then I'll put it on YouTube under some anonymous account through a virtual machine, through a VPN, through another VPN with an throwaway email, and all that. You know what I mean? I'll call the account Thomas P. Marino.
Hello, my name is Thomas P. Marino.
He's not Jewish. What the fuck?
I don't know.
He's Portuguese. All right, here we go. He's Portuguese Irish. The logo for the channel will be a soccer ball and a pint of Guinness or something.
What the fuck?
Well, Ronaldo is Portuguese. You know that, right?
Oh yeah.
There is no God.
It sounds like, well, that's cool, but what's the password?
No caps, no spaces. There is no God.
Bro, no cap, bro.
All right, here we go. What the fuck? How is that possible?
Yeah, right.
How come every time I meet you, Tom, your computer is like in worse condition, or it's older, or something like that? Like, what the fuck? Oh my goodness. Danny, mod the Dreamcast and convert it into like
It's
PC.
funny because those Dreamcast can run Windows CE, which is hilarious.
Well, fuck that. Just put Linux on it.
I know, right?
Put headless Debian on it. All right. I rolled. Oh yeah, you rolled a 17. Okay.
I cast magic missile.
All right. I'll keep. All right, Danny. Can you see the hands? Can you see my hand, Danny?
I do.
All right. So I don't know what he's playing right now, but this is a pretty decent hand. So, all right, go ahead, buddy. I'm on the draw. So, all right, pull it. Okay, draw. All right, here we go. You got to go balls to the wall. Okay, I drew this. So let's just get in there. I have 3 already, so I want to thin my library a little bit. Let's crack one of these. I'm going to play a Jackal Pup and pass. Go ahead. This is Sly. Oh, you misheard me. I said Sly. All right. All right, we've got him with his pants down, Danny. He's about to get blown the fuck out. I guess he'll probably destroy my cursed scroll at some point, though, but that's all right. All right, here we go. All right, upbeat draw. All right, let's swing for 2. He's at 18. That's good. That's very good. All right, let's get a Bloodstained Mire in play. Let's get going here. Let's go Mog Fanatic. Crack the Mire. Mountain and play Grim Lavamancer. I hope he doesn't have Hornet Sting or something. I'll pass turn. I think Hornet Sting was first printed in M10 or M11. Temporal Aperture? What is that? What the fuck? Permanent upgrade library. You may put the card as though in your hand. I think it's what it costs. Oh, okay. I think we just cast big things with that. I don't remember. Some kind of combo deck. All right, I'll draw. All right, that's nice. We got this card. Got 3 mountains in play. Let's move to combat. Let me think. Do I attack with the Lavamancer at this point, or do I? Let me think. 1, 2. I do not. Okay, swing for 3. Second main, curse scroll, seal of fire. Pass turn.
Let's do this.
This is turn. That was turn 3. Have my elder. Oh, shit. All right, let me think. All right, I want to get in there. So let's just activate the Lavamancer and get him out of the way. Okay. On tap, turn 4. Draw. Yeah, get your lands. I don't give a shit. Oh. You see what we drew, Danny? Okay. I'll tap out. Ball lightning. Move to combat. Swing out.
Block if you dare.
That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 15. Okay, I'll crack Seal of Fire. And I'll sacrifice 2 mountains to fire blast you. Let's fucking go! Oh,
LFG gamers.
good game. You don't have a sideboard, right? You should probably play another deck. All right. You should make sideboards for your decks. All right. Why don't we let Danny play now? All right, Danny. See, that's what you gotta just gotta get in there. All right. So
Wow.
if I leave, does it kick you out? Let me know.
Let's find out. I don't think so. No.
Okay. So Tom, you stay there. Danny, you rejoin the game as a player. I'll
Okay,
join.
got it.
I'll join as a spectator.
Yeah, let's see. Good.
Do you have a complete deck, Tom? Like with sideboard? Play something with a sideboard. Danny will play Sly in a 3 out of 2 match with you, if you don't mind.
Ready. Fucker. Piece of shit.
Well, this is fun. I've never observed a game like this before. You should keep that hand, Tom. That's a perfect hand.
This is horrible.
Oh, okay. Ooh. What do you think about that hand, Dan?
You know what?
It's not terrible.
It's not terrible. I shall keep.
All right, go ahead. He said he'll keep.
All right.
Oh.
Let's see.
Perfection.
I shall end. I got it. I got it.
Temperature
Fuck is
bullshit.
this? What is this? As long as that car remains on top of the library, even play a car. Oh.
He's gonna do some kind of trickery.
Oh shit, dude!
He thinks it's clever. Just burn him down with your red spells.
Seriously. Alright.
Clever girl. But it won't be enough.
I shall attack. Okay.
Right in the ass.
Alright, you're up.
you say fuck you?
No, I didn't say a fucking thing.
Greater slop. Oh, I thought it was being greater slop.
Ned's
Oh my
disc sucks.
Oh god. At the end of your turn, I'll crack one of these bloodstained ball sacks.
Crack them both.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
Sorry, I shouldn't be helping. I should
Yeah,
just
well.
give constructive criticism after the game and unconstructive criticism to Tom after the game.
Well played.
We were playing with like some randoms or something, and Tom is spectating, and in the middle of the game, Tom just types. He's like, "Your deck sucks."
Savage. Yeah. All right.
Now it's your turn. Oh fuck.
Oh no. Oh no. I don't know your fucking board webs. Here, I'm gonna crack that.
Oh.
This is horrible. All right. Yep.
I don't think you drew a card, Danny. What's going on here?
No, I did.
No, you didn't. I didn't
Wait.
see draw. What's going on?
I thought I did.
No, there's no
Well,
draw
I
card.
I had
going on.
Control D, but
No,
oh,
no, no.
that. God, man, this fucking app.
Well, I don't have any problems
you
with it. It's probably because
Shut
you're
the
on
hell
Windows.
up. All right.
Windows 11 blocks inputs once in a while. It's busy doing telemetry.
Yes, sir.
Oh fuck.
Oh no.
Just right click on it. Oh no.
Oh
Shit.
no. If you control no untapped lands. No shit. Alright, I'll crack the bauble. Alright, so show me a random card. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. What's the Paul Allen's card?
Does mom say something? What are you doing? Alright, we have a long talk after this game. Tom, I'm talking to you, Tom. No, I'm just saying shit. I heard mom in the background. Don't tell her what the password is.
Yeah, go ahead. turn. Crack that. Let's see, I'll take that and that. Ping that. Alright, let's see. Hang on. Where? What?
You have my elder. When it dies, he gets 2 lands.
Okay. Well played.
What is this?
I will crush you! Alright,
He's like an orc. What is this? Hearthstone?
Jaina versus Uther.
Alright, anyway. Alright, okay.
Yeah. Did you draw last turn for Bubble?
I
don't think.
did last time I did it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. God, this sucks. How much can I do? 2, 3, 6. What a bunch of shit. Alright. You're up, Tom. Yo! In response, I'll, just that, do that. Ping you for 2. Okay. God damn it.
You're not going to sack the Mog Fanatic in response?
Oh, what? What? Oh, right. Okay, all right. Don't worry about that. I'll learn for next time.
What do you mean? Just do it. All right, fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever. You need to know what all your cards do.
And that's it, Tom.
Oh, it's the curse scroll. Okay.
Yeah. God damn it. What is this deck? It's just artifacts.
Maybe like a forest or something. Oh, okay. Where's his blueprints?
That's pretty cool.
Show me the blueprints.
Yeah.
Show me the blueprints. Show me the blueprints. Show me the blueprints.
Holy shit. God. Oh, I see. Very clever. At the end of your turn, pay 1, crack that. Alright. I already fucked up, but that's okay. Alright, you're up.
What's going on in this game? Quick soul.
God damn it. I see.
What is that? All right, game's over. Game's over. Tom's disqualified. He has some like new card in his deck that's not pre-modern. All right, that's enough. That's enough. This game is over. I need to tell Danny like 5 things anyway.
Judge.
So Danny, first, why are you never using your ball lightning you drew like 4 turns ago?
Well, because I wanted to fucking do it for burst damage so I can like kill him.
Well, so you're not being aggressive enough. You can't win this game now. He's gaining 2 life every turn. He's got Nevstivsk in play. He's got lots of mana. your goal, you were being way too passive. You want to be much more aggressive with this. You didn't use your Grim Lavamancer much. Curse Scroll you never used, even though you have more than one card in hand. You have plenty of mana. You want to use it every turn and try to do 2 damage. You just got to get in there. The goal, like red, your deck doesn't have much card draw. Your deck, it's just trying to kill them by turn like 6 at the latest. If you go past turn 6, red deck wins. Like the chances of winning are drop like way a lot. You just got to blast him. Everything like you throw the lightning bolt at his face at some point, and then that adds, because remember that also adds fuel to the graveyard for Grim Lavamancer. The lightning bolt becomes fuel. All kinds of things like that. So just play again, but you gotta your mindset needs to be don't hold back creep stuff to kill like Yavimaya Elder or whatever much. Only if it's like sometimes you do that occasionally if you need it to if you need to get him out of the way to attack with like creatures next turn or something. But you don't hold it back in general. That's not you're not trying to you're not a control deck. You're just a kill his face deck.
All right, go play around with Tom. I gotta help Mama some.
All right, I'll play a different deck. I'll rejoin. Bye. I could type the password. All right, you can play that deck, Tom. I'm not going to play Sly. I'll play something else. Yeah. Who? All right. Ready to start. I rolled a 2. Oh, you're going to play like every game. Oh, there you go. Oh, I rolled a 2 again. What the heck? What the heck is going on? The RNG is broken. What's she about? Yeah, money gentleman. I'll play. Okay. Let's go Swamp. Cabal Therapy. I'll name. Let me think. What do you got? Is this the same deck? Oh shit! I have no idea what you have. Then I'll say. Let me see. Let me think. Tom's Reputation. You're gonna be playing like. You have My Elder. Oh, I got him. Yeah, I got one. All right. Okay. Pass turn. Hey, there's 2 Yav Elders in there. I got 2 for 1. I see it. Look in your hand. Oh no, it still shows it in your hand. That's why. Never mind. No. Okay. Yeah, value. That happened a long time ago. I'll play a forest and Wall of Blossoms. Draw a card. Best turn. Will of Life. That's an interesting one. Phantom Nishova. I remember that guy. Okay. Tap. Draw. Let me see what you're doing over there. Oh, you got those nice gold bordered forests. I like that. All right, I'm thinking. Let's see, what would I want to do? That's already done. That's fine. Okay. Wastes. Phyrexian Rager. This one draw. Hanshi Yoshika. I passed turn to you, Tom.
불고기, village cheese, sandwich, do you want tomato pasta would be?
Philly cheese.
많이 만들어줄 분? 거기 인천에
Yeah, my ranger's good. Yeah.
샌드위치 가져가야 돼?
No, no, I don't think it's gonna be that long.
Okay.
All right. Rangers, Echo. Got it. Untap, draw. Retail Village. Okay. There's one through here. I'm gonna sacrifice the Rager to flashback Cabal Therapy. And I'll name Phantom Neshoba. Alright. Oh, I should have said the Hermit. That would have been sick. Damn. Okay. And you're going to do something like that. Let's think about this. That's final play. Birds of Paradise. And pass turn. Okay. Ranged Hermit, there he is. Those squirrels. Alright, untap. Draw. Arborist. What do you do? I don't know if you have this deck. I don't think you have like powder keg in this one because you'll blow up all your squirrels. But I can wait on that. I'll pass turn. In response to you paying the 5, I'm gonna try to Dark Banish him. That's one of my favorite card arts, Dark Banishing. She's just banished to like some lonely part of the sea or something.
Treetop Village is it? MVP.
Okay. Untap, draw. Interesting. Play a swamp. Pass turn. Wishing well? Well. Alright, that's what it is. Okay. Okay. I'll cycle a Baron more. Play a swamp. Pass turn. I believe it. Oh, fuck, another one? You can probably just, in the future, just set the counters on it. I mean, you don't, and then we know what it is, so. It's actually, it comes into play with 7 on it. Are you reading it? Reading the card explains the card. No, actually, you're right, 6. Shit. Yeah. Okay, alright, I see, okay. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Deranged Hermit. Let's make some squirrels. And best turn.
Come on, let's do it. Oh shit. 2 can play that game. Shit, this guy's got squirrels coming out of his ears.
Neshoba. Oh, you're swing with all those two. Block. Alright, I'll block one of these. Block him with 1. And 1. 3 trading squirrels. So I will take. Let me see. I blocked 1, 2. I blocked all those. I take 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you just remove a counter from this Neshoba. 3 of your squirrels die. My squirrels die.
I need an answer. I need it now.
I don't know why you shuffled the bottom 3 cards of your library, but that's fine. Oh no. Nevis this. I don't know. It doesn't matter because it's tokens. I don't know how you did that. Okay. Alright, come on, man. Let's see what we got. Draw. Alright, that's something. That is something. That's not. Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ravenous Beloth. I think I'm cooked. I think so. Because of that stupid trample. Yeah, I'll scoop here. Let's go to game 2. Yeah, Forest, Smother wouldn't do much. Yeah, I was just gonna die. Alright, game 2 sideboard. You have a sideboard, right? What the heck? Yeah, just make sideboards for all your decks. Alright, that's fine. let's see. I want to do.
This is horrible.
There he is. I'm going to game 2 with Tom. Tom won game 1.
Oh.
What were you helping Mom with?
She just needed another charger for her phone when she goes through her babysitting shits.
Oh, I see. Goes through babysitting shits.
You know the game Myst?
Yeah, didn't you play it a lot back in the day?
No, well, I played the third one, which was the sort of less celebrated one.
Oh, okay.
I got on CD from Dad randomly, but some friend gifted it to me on Steam a while back.
Oh, sick. And how is it?
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't try it out yet, but I'm gonna fucking tear through it.
All right, I'll do this. Are you watching the game? So this is I'm playing a deck called the Rock. I'll play.
Well played.
Okay, I'll keep. You coming in, Danny? All right,
There.
I'll play Forest, Birds of Paradise, Pestering.
Where the hell?
I'm sorry, I sideboarded out all my duresses. Forgive me. Mana dork. We call these mana dorks, Danny. Draw.
Dork.
Shit. Duress.
Oh no.
Let's see, we got no targets. Fuck.
Fuck.
It's non-creature, non-land. All right, treetop. Pasturing. Yeah, everything would be a target, right? I would duress your duress. Elder. All right. Bitch. I don't give a shit. All right, untap, draw. For turn, let's go with. Let's get the pressure on. All right, let's get a Ravenous Bloth out there. Pass turn. I remember this guy. I got one of these in my that booster box you guys bought me for my birthday. There was a Bloth in there. Ravenous Bloth. I know. Oh yeah, you can't. He played this land just now, Danny.
Fool.
You've activated your own trap card.
It's a tarp.
Are you swinging with the Elder? Oh, that's Finehorn Elves. Okay. You have to make the elephant noise when you cast that card. What the heck was that? It's gotta be like. I mean, that wasn't too good. Danny, just make the elephant noise, but make it like the orc noise from Lord of the Rings.
The orc. What?
Yeah, remember like or something like that.
Oh, I don't even fucking remember.
Are you good? Zug Zug. That's the Warcraft 3. All right, top draw. This guy's gonna try to double block or something. I think just gonna get that shit out of the way. Swamp. Let's think about this.
Get out of my swamp!
All right, we gotta get in there. I kind of want to kill this. So. Damn, that's not. I need. Yo, toss me a Swords to Plowshares real quick. I want to get that Elder out of the way. All right, let's just do it. Yeah, let's do it. All right, I'll smother your Elder. I will activate Treetop Village. And I'll swing. Oh, actually, I have an elephant. I don't want to do that. Yeah, that's right. So I'll swing with the block. Okay, second main. I will play Call of the Herd. And I'll end my turn. Your token's better? I just see a yellow square. Mine is the elephant token from Ether Rift or whatever the hell, one of those hat sets. Magic is in shambles these days.
Well played.
What else? Okay.
Duraclaw. For the
Duratar.
wilds.
They're all over the place.
Heal, heal, heal.
Yeah, yeah. Make the noise. It sounds more like Mr. Krabs making some kind of noise. Some SpongeBob character, I don't even know. Alright. Tap. Draw. What's going on here? Let's go. Got that guy. Alright, let's throw this down. I will cast the Hermit. You know this guy, Danny? I mean, I have it, but I just haven't gotten good draws this last few games. And I'll pass turn. Maybe I just need skillful guzzling. Oh, fuck. Now I need my Dark Banishing. $49, 11, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, that's right. All right. Top, draw. They've got a 7/7. Combat, swing. With 3 squirrels? No, it's kind of just throwing them into the wind, isn't it? That's all right. Pass turn. I need your help, Daniel. Oh yeah, I'll just pay it. I meant to pay it. Let's go. Deranged. You're playing like a white green version of the rock, kind of. You have greater good, don't you? Yeah. That's your thing. You're like, no matter what deck I'm playing, if it's green, it must have at least one copy of greater good. I don't give a shit. That's your thing, yeah. I'll block with 1 squirrel. Look at this beast thing, this beast spirit. It looks like a a saber, white saber coming out of like a slinky or something. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Draw. All right, that's whatever. Swamp. Pestering.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Elder. Oh yeah. Okay. What 2 mana did you use? Oh, that 2 mana up there. Okay. Yeah. That poor guy. He just gets killed. Yeah, yeah. What's the matter? Judge?
Good cards in play. Keep playing.
Lands in play. Swing with the Shoba. I'll block with a squirrel. I'll take 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'll call the judge. Judge, my opponent's
Call
just
your
refusing
champion.
to play by the rules or something. Finhorn Elves, okay. Alright, untap. Draw. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll flashback call to the herd. Duplicate.
You see the trailer for Dune Part 3, Christian?
Yeah, yesterday I did.
It's so sick.
It's gonna be pretty sick. Pass turn. We are at an impasse. There are no breaks. Yeah, this deck kind of fizzles out. I don't know. Your deck is like aggro. Are you swing with all those? Let me think. All right, I'll block 1 squirrel here, and let's try. I'll double block a beast. Okay. Take 7 total, yeah. Yeah, you would, yeah. Okay, so I'll lose this squirrel, and we go to my turn. Draw. Yeah, that's not going to do it. All right, well, I can try this. Alkaball therapy. I'll name. I don't know what you. Source plowshares. I'm not really sure what to call. Actually, you don't even have any. Oh, you do have a plains. So you got Chatter the Squirrel and Overgrown Estate. That's an interesting card. You don't have any black mana though. Okay. Damn. I think I'll let that be. That's funny, Chatter the Squirrel. All right. Pass turn. This one's not looking too good. Get my elder. Okay. Now I'm in trouble. So this. Block an elephant. Block a beast. And then I would still die. You probably should have just swung out, but block. Do I live if I do that? Let me see. I would take 1, 2, 3, 4. I would go to 1. Yeah, and I'll make the Ravenous Blast trade and the Elephants trade. And I take 4. Shit. You got Hornet Sting? No, one of them got through. That's why I took 4. Because I double blocked on Shoba. I think do you lose 2 counters because 2 damage sources hit your Neshoba or not? Fuck. All right. On that one and all right, yeah, good game. All right, Danny, you're up. I'll leave the game and rejoin as a spectator. Heed my instructions and kill him.
Oh my god.
Play the same deck, Tom. Heed my warning. I didn't see any greater good action yet. No. No, there must be some mistake. There must be some mistake. Here, let me comment like I'm
13.
Who's that asshole?
I'll play.
Yes, the correct choice. Holy fuck.
Let me think. I'll keep. I don't care.
That's fine. That hand is fine.
There, go ahead.
What? Well, you don't pass turn yet. Hold on a second.
Well, whatever.
Read your cards and properly play. Come on.
Alright, fine.
You're not going to put a turn 1 Jackal Pup out? Come on, let's go, man.
It's a jackal.
Kill him. Kill him.
Hit him, hit him. There, good. Yeah, you're good.
Are you always using the hotkeys or something? I don't know what you're doing. Oh, that's probably one of the keys in the app. Yeah, just use. I don't really know.
Probably caps lock or something.
Just voice activation. I don't know if it works for
At
you.
the end of your turn, I was gonna crack the yada yada. And look at a random card of yours. God damn. Alright.
You drew 2 cards.
Sure did.
You can just right click on, I think your hand maybe, or your library, and you can undo last draw.
Holy shit.
Oh, actually, you're supposed to do 2 cards. Okay, there you go. You can correct the bubble.
Alright, swing for 2. And then...
Yeah, yeah.
No. Go ahead.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Just get in there, Danny. Full throttle.
Face is
Don't
the
hold back.
place. This
Full
deck
throttle.
seems fair and balanced. Well
Full
met.
throttle. He's gonna be like, what else?
Yo.
Impossible.
So, can I give Danny advice here, Tom? You mind? Just want to. So here's the kind of here because you want to maximize your damage potential, right? So here's the
Right.
kind of position where you can. I would sack the Mock Fanatic to get the Wood Elves out of the play to make sure
That's just what I was thinking, honestly.
your Jackal Pups are going to keep doing 4 damage to him. Yeah, exactly. You don't want. I wouldn't use the Seal of Fire on him because the Seal of Fire can do 2 damage to his face, and based on what's in your hand, it's like arithmetic and situation. That's what it is. So.
Oh, fair enough.
Pop goes the elf.
All right. That's it, Tom.
Well played.
No, I'm just saying it. Stop. All right. Yeah.
Always do arithmetic checks. Always do arithmetic checks here.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Emtaro Adul, Executor.
Tom is on the brink of destruction.
Teetering on the edge of annihilation.
So here in this position, Danny, you want to do arithmetic this hand plus next hand, this turn plus next turn. You know. Okay, now he just changed the arithmetic a little bit because he played a Ravenous Baloth, but still.
I don't believe it. Okay.
Yeah, he missed it.
Shut up. 3, huh? Well, that sucks. Oh well. All right. I'm going to. Just put two on that, and then another 2 on that.
Well played.
Yes. And then I'll swing for 4.
That wasn't a bad.
Yo!
That wasn't bad.
And you're up.
Did you accidentally tap 2 mountains? I think so, right?
Oh, I did accidentally tap him in.
For some reason, it only says 1 mountain was tapped. It's weird. Okay, it's go time. All right, take a moment and do some math. Don't just take the next turn yet. He's got no creatures in play. His Nevstis cannot be used yet. And he's at 11, and what's in your hand is in your hand. You have an untapped mountain, etc., etc.
Yes. God, this deck is boring.
What do you mean? This deck's awesome. Okay, taking the face.
Face is the place.
times is.
Alright.
Oh. Okay, yes. Yeah. There you go. Let's.
Yo!
And
Oh,
that's
man.
how the game's played.
Amazing. Stellar, or whatever.
All right, game 2.
Alright, let's try and sideboard this shit. How do I sideboard?
Just hit F2 to get to that screen.
Okay.
Tom was gonna draw his whole day.
Oh, this is pretty cool.
Be back a second.
Alright, I think I got it. Wait, how do I shuffle? Why isn't this working? Oh, this isn't technically a new game, is it? Wait, what's going on? The fuck's going on? Oh, I was shuffling. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I'll keep. You just, did you say you were gonna play? Alright, let's fucking go. I didn't see it, but that's funny. Fuck! Well played. Europe.
That's a nasty
Oh, shit.
starting. That's a nasty start against this deck.
Uh-oh. Alright, at the end of your turn, I'll crack the, bauble. Let's see what you got. Interesting. Very good. Very well played.
asshole.
Fuck you.
Well,
Well
my ass.
played.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
It's gonna throw my balls off.
Danny has something for it down the line, though. Oh, there's only one problem.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. God fucking damn it.
Oh, did you draw an extra card? Yeah, Danny, you still have to draw another card.
Right, you are.
Well, you know.
I took a gamble. Alright. Let's go at it. Tom. Alright. So, remind me, how does the...
So you know what I would do here, Danny? But
Yeah.
what do you want to ask first?
I was gonna ask, how does the... I don't know if I'm asking the right question, but how does the stack of damage versus, like, what takes effect? So, like, the Mog is blocked,
Yeah.
but I can still sack it. Can I sack it to deal additional damage? You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, you would either. So the combat damage doesn't use a stack anymore. It did at one point in the past. When we started playing, it still did, but it changed a few years later.
Mm.
So if you sack to deal 1 damage to something, which I would still do, and there's a reason why, it will not do damage to the Yavimaya Elder because it will be gone before the combat damage step. The last chance you get to use instants or abilities is at the end of the declare blocker step, which is right before the combat damage step. So if the creature is not in play at the time that the combat damage would happen, then it doesn't do any damage. It's not there. But I would say he's tapped out. If you kill his Yavimaya Elder, he's going to grab 2 lands right now. So you don't really care. And you want to just keep his life total as low as possible. So I would sack it and do 1 damage to him, and the Yavimaya Elder does not die. Because when the Yavimaya Elder dies, he doesn't feel bad about that. He's going to go in his library and get 2 lands. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I wouldn't care.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So I'll just sack it to Tom.
Yeah.
Alright, and let's see.
Second main. Oh.
Face is the place.
Well, you have an easy play here, right? That's it. Yeah, I see an obvious play. That was like the 3rd play in the line.
Don't worry about it. You're up, Tom.
Read all the cards in your hand again.
No.
And look at the field. Make sure you know what's going on here. I mean, Magnetic's not bad, but let me see.
You fucker. I'll take 2.
Yeah, you don't care. Just take it right in the ass.
Face it. What?
You only need 1 life to win.
Dude. That's a life motto.
But 1 is not none.
Oh, fuck. Fine. Oh, no. Oh my god.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Thank God for cold fusion.
We really gonna
Got
blow
your
this
Zerg,
place.
right?
Only if we see a Zerg.
Yeah, I got your Zerg right here. All right.
Behind you.
Yeah.
Rednecks in
We're all
space.
dead. Blow it. Blow it. Fucking amazing.
Yeah,
I
you
just
watch
watched
probably
that.
watch-
I just watched
Oh,
that
what?
again earlier today.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No, I was just watching YouTube on the cinematics. I was like, oh my god.
1998.
Perfect. Yeah. All right. This is stupid. All right.
So here, actually,
All right.
Danny, there's a better target to ping for 1 damage than his face in this case.
Yes, but I mean, I think there was last time as well. But
But that's still fine. I mean, you don't want him to do all that he wants.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so what are you pinging?
I'm
Oh,
not.
okay.
I'm not pinging because he didn't block.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Oh, I think he wants
You're,
to draw a card.
you're up, Tom. What the fuck is that?
Deranged Hermit. There he is.
Oh my god, it's terrible. Ah, that's a real shit sucker. I'll take two. At the end of your turn, I'll wait. Is that even relevant? Uh, actually, never mind. I'm gonna start my turn.
Only if we see a Zerg. I'm watching it right now.
Of course you are. Oh, this is terrible. Bro, so bad. Swing for 5. Whoa! Didn't consider that. In response, I'm gonna sack Mog to instead deal damage to Deranged Hermit,
Yo,
so I don't
my
suffer as
boy's
much.
using his brain.
So the 4 damage to me.
Well, also you got to assign damage somewhere.
Oh my god, what's happening? So that's 2 to Tom. The Hermit's the other one's dead. Yes. Yes. And gives a shit?
Who gives a shit?
What is this fucking squirrel synergy going on?
Don't let him go to end step, Danny.
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh god. Oh man. Oh god. Oh man. Alright, I'm gonna, in response to your declaring attackers, I'm going to, yeah, that's not great. And I'll take 2. Do I? But they're not. Hang on. Wait, why do I take 4? Oh, right. I didn't see the elder. Oh, fuck. 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 Oh, is it magic missile? Oh my god. Oh, this sucks. Oh, God. Alright, move to my scoop phase.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough. But you
There we
should have
go.
blown up. You should have blown up his well of life. You can't let him gain 2 life every turn. You should have blown that up a long time ago. You had
Well,
overload
hang
in your
on, hang
hand.
on. So the well, so let's see, overload.
Oh, is it? You can't destroy it?
Yeah, I don't have enough mana
Okay.
for it. Yeah, I knew what I was
I
doing.
forgot. I forgot the mana cost.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you had land, if you had mana for Sulfuric Vortex,
Yeah, yeah. I
it
would
would
have
have
been in
been
a
a
lot better
different story,
shape.
probably.
If I had just one more land, I would have been in a lot better
Yeah.
shape.
Let me play Sly against this deck, Tom. Play that same deck. I want to see if I can beat it.
Alright, have at it.
All right. Let me see what I can do today. Watch me take on the anti-Sly deck. There is no god. Sly doesn't need a god. Yeah, well, no last minute modifications. We're in the middle of the championship tournament, right? All right, here we go. Where's my deck?
Nice deck.
Yeah, good one, bro. All right, I'm ready. All right, watch this shit. Okay, fine, I'll play. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is a pretty good hand. Okay, I'll give this a shot. Let me know when you're ready. And I'll narrate what I'm doing, Danny. Like, it's not a boring deck. You do need, like that's what that video was talking about. People think red is like a dumb deck or something. You have to think about the math and everything at all times, and the path through. So, are you keeping? All right. So I'll go Jackal Pup. So I want to get the highest damage potential into play first. So that's not Mog Fanatic. That's Jackal Pup right now. All right, pass turn. This is good in this matchup. So it's the D key at, what is it, the B key? Let me see. It's so if I go to settings, shortcuts, what does B do? Control B moves something to the bottom of the library. All right, is control your voice key? B must do something then. I don't really know. I was looking at the shortcut list. Untap, draw. Okay, combat, swing 2. Second main. Let's go. That's pretty simple. Okay, mark fanatic. And pass turn. You there, Danny?
Yes.
Whoa. Don't play other games.
I have to stay.
So you're just accidentally putting cards from your hand into play?
Oops.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pressing B and I'm clicking on things, but nothing's happening, so I don't know what's going on over there. All right, so Chatter the Squirrel. Sure, that's fine. I think. Let me think for a second. Do I do anything to that? Flashback is how much? 2. I think I do clear it out of the way. So the reason I clear it out of the way, Danny, do you understand why?
Tell me.
Based on my hand and everything. Well, because he'll block the Jackal Pup and will prevent 1 damage from me. I want both of those damage points to go through. He's got 1 green open, but I don't think he's going to do anything with that. So I'm going to just clear it out of the way with the Monk Fanatic. And then I go to my turn and I draw, and then I drop my 3rd land, and I play a Ball Lightning, and I can do 8 damage on this turn if he doesn't have any response. Okay, so that's what happened, and then I pass turn. And I lose Ball Lightning. Whoa, he's like fidgeting that. It's probably my Elder, okay. Yeah, I see, okay. Okay, untap. Let's go. Okay, cool. Put a 4th land into play. Put Sulfuric Vortex in play. I take 1, I put Seal of Fire in play. And in this case, let's see, he would just block. So here's a case where you don't always attack. I mean, if I attack, he's just going to block. I'm not going to do any damage to him, and he's going to get 2 lands. He might be relying on that. Like, he might not have any lands in hand. It's possible, so I don't know. But or I could blow this out of the way and do 2 damage to him. Let me think. He would be at 8. That's a possible play. I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think. You might not have a play. I think it's better to not let you have the lands because you're gonna go to 8 at upkeep, so I'll pass turn. Okay, I guess get a new mouse, bro. Your mouse sucks. Did you really not have any more lands? Did I call that? No blocks. Another Elder? Oh, Granger? Okay, sure. What kind of mouse? Is it a Bluetooth mouse?
Bluetooth. Oh.
It's probably just the buttons are messed up. Maybe there's gunk in the buttons. So here's a point where you're at 8. I can blow that out of the way, and then because you're tapped out, I think I also might top deck something. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna kill that. Tap, draw. I take 2. All right, there we go. Combat swing for 2. You're at 6, so before you untap, bolt you for 3. Sack this, float a red. Sack this, fire blast you. Yeah, that's what's up, Danny. All right, game 2.
Amazing.
The face is the place. You have a sideboard on this one? Oh my good. All right, then I won't sideboard then. Oh, Jonas is coming to Korea at the end of August.
Are you shitting my nuts?
He messaged me the other day. Sure, I'll try it. Go ahead. Foothills, bauble, bauble. I'll crack 1 bauble. Okay. Crack my foothills. Get a mountain. Let's do Jackal Pup and pass turn. I'll draw your upkeep, and then after you draw, I'll wait for you to play something, I guess. Forest. A survival, nice. All right, I'll just crack the other bauble in response. Yep, my Granger, okay. All right, tap, draw for the bauble, draw for turn. Interesting. All right, combat swing 2. Play a Lovemancer and pass turn. So with the bauble, Danny, you just want to pop the bauble as soon, like right away, basically. You don't really care about seeing a random card from their hand too much. The main reason that this card is in the deck, it's kind of like you're playing a 56 card deck. You're just, because you drop it into play for 0 mana, you just draw a card, it replaces itself. So, you get your relevant spells more often because you're kind of like playing, like I said, 56 cards. Land grant? Okay, sure. Ranger, okay. That's funny. So you're looking for lands. All right. Drop, draw. All right. Play mountain, play. Oh, let's see. That's probably the better play. Put down Seal of Fire and a Seal of Fire. I'll say go. What you think about your Granger Echo or not?
the wilds.
What's it gonna be, bro? Okay. Grand dining room. Okay. All right. Now, let's see. In this case, sure, I'll do that. Combat swing for 3. Play a Mog Fanatic. And I think I know what's coming. That's turn. Swamp. Oh, fuck. Dynamo. I think it's going to be the Nashoba. All right, Danny. Watch this, Danny. This guy's at 15, but I think I can win the game right here.
Oh shit.
Anything else, sir? All right. End of turn. I'll bolt shoot for 3. All right, let's do it. Let's fucking do this. Let me do a little math. Doesn't really matter. These are instant speed. I can just untap and draw. Okay, untap. Draw. Oh my gosh. Crack of foothills. Get a mountain. So there it is, I think. So we'd go 2 to you, 2 to you. You go to 8. You go to 7. Incinerate you for 3. Lavamancer you for 2 more. And then sack the 2 mountains to a fire blast. Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking, I'm the world champ! Alright, anyway, that's how you play the road deck. It's okay. Yeah, that's how it is. I mean, the best deck. Do you know what's the gayest deck in the meta? The best deck, or not the best deck? I guess it might be the best deck. But right now, Stifle Knot is just dominating. Like the statistics is crazy. And you know what? Yavimaya Enchantress is really good too. Or Argothian Enchantress, or whatever. You know what that card is? Every time you cast, yeah, you cast. It doesn't have to come into play too, so it's pretty good. You just every time you cast an enchantment spell. All right, I gotta go eat. Keeps growing. What does that mean? All right, guys. So, good job, Danny. Sorry I kept bothering you about that overload.
Shut up.
I didn't realize the mana cost. Excuse me?
You have failed.
All right, I need you to make another modded Dreamcast so I can bring it back here. Okay.
No, God, no. It is so. Oh, by the way, it's really a pain in the ass.
Tell Tom what you did. Tell Tom what you did.
Oh, so I modded. I did the same thing for my GameCube, but I just swapped out the optical drive for a SD card reader. That just basically makes the system think that it's still has an optical drive and just functions normally for all intents and purposes, but just loads games a lot faster via ROMs. But anyway, in the case of the Dreamcast, so Dreamcast games were on discs manufactured that had a little over, like, I think it was something in the realm of 1.1 gigabytes of data they could hold, which is pretty good for the time.
The Dreamcast?
Yes.
I think it was a little more. Or no,
Might have been more.
It was a gigabyte disc. I think it was about 1 gigabyte.
Something like that. But the ROMs are showing 1.1, but whatever.
Okay.
So
Let me check that out.
the Dreamcast read data
GD-ROM,
from the
yeah.
discs starting outside going inward. Now what happened was a lot of games, most games perhaps, were only a few hundred megabytes in size, but So what devs did, they would put in filler data toward the center of the discs and then would go outward. And all the relevant game data was on the outside of the disc. So that meant that it was less traveling and wear and tear for the laser, and then games would load a little faster. However,
Smart.
that means it was still a part of the actual game data. And the problem is every single ROM is like a gig, and there's nothing really I can do about that.
Okay.
Yeah,
But that's
so
fine. I mean, storage is cheap now, isn't it?
I already had a 256
So
SD
then,
card. I just
okay, you
crammed
can
it in.
put like 250 games in there. I mean, that's
Yeah,
probably enough.
that's like the entire
It's
U.S.
full.
library, basically.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You what? Yeah. No, that's good. What was that? Say again. Oh, you weren't. He was. See, that's why Tom's a winner. He was dwelling on his loss and analyzing it and saying, "What could I have done? What could I have done there?" That's why
no
Tom.
problem. I'll go fuck myself.
That's why That's why he went to a grand total of 0 top eights in his career. All right, I gotta eat. I'll catch you guys. Tell
All
him
right,
what
see
you
you later.
did.
All right, there you go. So basically, what I was saying that you didn't hear before, but so I just modded the Dreamcast the same way I modded my GameCube, in which I just uh, took out the optical drive. Um, all I needed was Phillips screws. It's real easy, and I replaced it with a SD card reader that used the same slot as the disk drive, uh, and then it just reads ROMs off of the SD card. So I'm able to have as many ROMs as possible on there, and then games load faster as well, and I don't have to worry about that much mechanical failure now. But the problem was problem, not really a problem, just more like a very annoying inconvenience was that so Dreamcast games, uh, the Dreamcast read games data starting on the outside of the disk going inward, and most Dreamcast games were in the realm of a few hundred megabytes or so. They never took up the gigabytes worth of data that the actual disk was able to hold. So what developers typically did, they put like filler data at starting inward of the disk, and then all the relevant game data was on the outside. So that meant was two things: that the actual laser had to travel a lot less, less wear and tear on the rails, and games would load a little faster, even being on CD-ROMs. The problem is, or the annoying thing was that means every single ROM is like a gigabyte, even if it could have been like a quarter of that. So it's just filling up shit. But anyway, I got that up and running. So I got like Shenmue and Power Stone and Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Capcom vs. SNK and what else? Bunch of Legrandia, bunch of JRPGs, Skies of Arcadia. Uh, uh, yeah. No, well, Skies of Arcadia was Dreamcast originally, and then it was ported to the GameCube. Yeah, same thing for like Phantasy Star Online and Sonic Adventure and stuff like that. Because the Dreamcast failed miserably, and then they were ported to slightly more successful consoles. Yeah, I know. That's how it went. No, I haven't heard of that at all. Uh huh. there's also a lot of legality going on with. You've heard that PlayStation announced that they're going to be just ending physical production entirely on games starting 2028. Yeah, pretty much. And that's yeah. According to them it is like the cost benefit analysis though, because the polling was that it's still like 80% of, or 80% only 20% of general gamers actually own any type of physical media at all. So we're like, all right, it's time to jump ship. I guess they're gonna squeeze every penny now. Yep. You done fucked up. Face is the place. Oh, I don't know if you know, but so was we cool guy and every one of the other boys we got, they jumped ship and went to TeamSpeak because they were worried about getting their data stolen. I mean, that's kind of what I do. Cause I'm like Google Chrome, yeah, all right, I'll just spread my butt cheeks. That's basically it. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. I
Oh,
mean, whatever. It's there because there was a lot of backlash for Discord announcing that, and then they pulled back on it, at least for now. So it's like we could go back, and then from what I heard, TeamSpeak might eventually be doing the same thing. So it's like,
oh, so they're trying to like get into the market.
yeah, you could say it that way, I suppose. Ugh.
Still gay for them to jump ship like that. Do you work on Wednesdays?
I almost always work on Wednesdays. Yeah.
Damn. How about like, do you work late Wednesdays?
Most of the time I work until like 7, the
Damn
latest.
Because Dave friends like they do like a EDH, like kind of like just for fun, like at their place, but it's all the way in Maspeth, so.
I see.
But you'd like it because the guy has like a, he's got like a Black Lotus just like hanging up, like, framed. Yeah. He's got the Power 9 frame, but apparently only the Black Lotus is real. Everything else is just fake.
Nice.
He's like a multi-millionaire. He has his own place in Bayside.
Energy right there.
It's pretty neat, Tom. All right, I'm gonna see if the boys are doing anything. If you want the TeamSpeak info, let me know.
Yeah, just put in Discord.
We gaming like it's 2015. Yeah, let me see what I got here.
I'm gonna get a yogurt. I'll be right back.
Alright.
Just DM you the shit.
Alright, thanks, bro.